Hey guys, this meeting is called to order at 5:38 p.m., only 8 minutes after we were supposed to start. That's my bad. We'll start with our territorial acknowledgements. The Board of Directors acknowledges that the University of Waterloo is on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. Our organization operates on the Haldeman Tract, land promised to the Six Nations, which includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. For my opening remarks today, I don't actually have much prepared. In fact, when I say that, I have essentially nothing prepared except for a quick edit that I'll be letting people know that we're making to the agenda. I guess my only plea for the board is that we try and make this, as usual, a very concise meeting. We try and remain calm and nice with each other. I don't see anything on the agenda that I expect to lead to any conflict, but if something does, I'd like to see us try and handle things responsibly and calmly. And on that note, what I'll say is that we are going to be suggesting a small, we'll be suggesting an edit to the meeting agenda today, where we will be it will be moving into confidential at the start. Is that correct, Esther? Yes. To take 2 reports, so that one of our staff members can leave early, as they are not usually in attendance for these meetings, and so we don't want to hold them too long. So we would be moving, let me get the item numbers for you. I can see the item numbers, right? This was a discussion last time. Okay. Just the numbers. The numbers that we will be moving are 7.6 and a part of the ED report. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. It's in the number in the way. Given the content of what 7.6 is, like, you can probably put together who the staff member would be, and that should help you with the report as well. But I hope that won't cause any problems. We'll move into confidential, hit those things just so we can give that staff member some time back in their day, and then re-enter a regular agenda. So that's what we'd be looking for. Besides that, I don't have any more chair remarks. We'll go into agenda approval. I will be moving to move 7.6 and relevant subsections of the executive director report into a confidential session at the start. Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Skylar. Any dissent against changing the agenda this way? Seeing none. Okay, we'll move that to the kind of, sorry, apologies. I'm a little out of it today, guys. We're moving it to the start, but we'll move it into after adoption by consent. So with that, are there any conflicts of interest declarations for the public session that need to be declared? Seeing none, okay. We'll move into adopt like consent. Is there any dissent to the consent agenda? Is just the minutes from last time?
I do have a question.
Yeah,
go ahead. Is the minutes for the special board meeting going to be going to the next meeting?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that'll be at the next board.
Yeah, there's not much turnaround time for those minutes, so that makes sense. I'm okay with that for the question. Any dissent? Okay, seeing none, the consent agenda is adopted, and we will move straight into a confidential session. Can I have someone to move us into confidential? Moved by Samir, seconded by Rory. Any dissent? Seeing none, we'll move into confidential. Thank you. Nobody repeat what I said. Okay. With that, we'll go back into our regular agenda. And we actually have a presentation from our very own Katie Trainer. Katie, would you would you like to begin with your presentation?
Yes. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes, I will allow it.
Apologies for not having my camera on. I think I may have come down with the flu, so not the best day. I'll try to keep it short and simple because we probably have quite a few things to get through. But I'm sure everyone's familiar with our SharePoint site. Essentially,
I'll just quickly ask Katie,
mhm.
before we do this, that as we go through the SharePoint, that no, we are in public session here, right? So I just want to ensure that that's known, or should
I
this
don't
presentation be in confidential session?
maybe in that case we move into confidential because I don't think there's anything that we can't talk about, but just in case there's like a mention of something.
That makes sense to me. Can I get a mover for confidential? We're going back. You actually don't need a motion for this. To move into confidential? I believe we do. Yeah.
I think-
Moved by Rory, seconded by Samir. Nice try. Any dissent? Seeing none. I keep move us into confidential. Sorry about that, Katie.
All good. Should I wait till Mike says we're good?
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, guys. We'll go into, we have no unfinished business, so we'll go straight into new business, which I feel bad for doing before I can get here, but we will do what we have to do. We have the election sweepstakes voter incentive draw, moved by Skylar. I am looking for a seconded by Andrew. Skylar.
Yeah. First I'll start off by this is not really top of mind anymore. When I initially wrote this, we started it about a week or about 2 months ago, maybe a month and a half ago. So a lot of the research that I was doing initially on the motion has sort of left my mind, but I do remember bits and parts of it. Basically, it's just that sweepstakes don't have a visible effect when it comes to increasing research. Like the research that is being reported by the students does not have an incredible effect. In fact, there's a correlation to it decreasing. But the argument is, and you can see in the motion, there's a lot more to go with that in terms of the effects and whatnot. But the question really is just like, is it morally, or is it within our mission? Is it within our purpose to have sweepstakes if they don't really increase the voter education? If it increased the voter turnout, that's great. But what is turnout if it doesn't actually increase the research that the informed voter we want to have? So I'll leave it really at that. I think this is not really a question of data. Me and Mike went back and forth on this a bit, but I think it's more so a question of just like, what do we want as a student association when it comes to sweepstakes for students and getting natural turnout to be higher? Is it better promotion, or is it like a lottery system that students can, win off of, but at the cost of lowering their informed voting, or their education when it comes to being an informed voter. So I'll leave it at that. Willing to answer any questions.
All right, we'll get into discussion. Wait, I guess I will say, Andrew, do you want to use your seconding to say anything?
Sure, I'll just give a little bit. I just seconded this because I agree with a lot of what Skylar said. I think that, I think during elections, I think one of the most important metric, arguably the most important metric, is, the voter turnout. And, the voter sweepstakes, it inflates the voter turnout, but that's good. But whether or not, it drives more engagement on campus, more engagement within WUSA itself, I think that's a little questionable to say. I mean, some of the data, it shows a slight decrease in, the amount of people who are well informed in research about WUSA and the candidates ahead of the vote. Whether or not it's correlated or not, it's a small amount, so whether or not it's correlated is really hard to say. But I think we as an organization should decide whether or not we want to inflate these numbers. And I don't think that we should. I think that if we want, I think that the numbers we have on the voter turnout should reflect, to reflect the level of engagement we have on campus, because I think it's really important. And the numbers right now are 30%. I don't think we have 30% engagement. And I think if we want voter turnout numbers to mean something in the future, then we shouldn't have incentives for people to vote like this.
I saw Arya in the Chingy. Before. Okay, well, Arya's first. Go ahead.
Hello. Okay. I just want to first off by saying this is a very well written and strong motion. And it and from what I read from it, it makes a very strong and good argument. I'm just a little skeptical, and I'll just talk about that from my personal opinion. And the first year I got involved with WUSA, we had a 3% voter turnout. So I've seen Bach, really the Bach, the bottom of the pan. Let's just put it that way when it comes to student engagements. One of my concerns just is like, if we get rid of this incentive, we may lead to a situation where we go back to those single-digit voter turnouts. And I don't think it's necessarily because marketing doesn't do a campaign. Even in like my first year when I was in ERC, they still did a campaign. Perhaps it could have been done better. There's no question about that. But the average student really doesn't care. like a municipal government, who votes for the municipal government? Not many people. So there is that danger, and I think the danger of having that low voter turnout is legitimacy. Already student associations have to justify, that they represent the interest of their students, and they already represent the need of students, and they support students and they represent them. Having voter turnouts that fall into the single digits does really bring that into question, right? Our legitimacy becomes into question. If only 3 or 4% vote, what is like, are we an actual representation of students? And can we actively and effectively advocate for them if we have that few of voters? So it might be a vote of no confidence almost, right? If you have that few voters. So again, I'm not saying like I'm against that motion. I think there's really good arguments on both sides, but I do want to just bring this into the discussion of the risk is also big, because if we have a low voter turnout, it could have a severe impact as well in our capacity to just be legitimate and represent students legitimately. So that's something to keep in mind. I am interested also in hearing from marketing to see, like, outside of the incentives from that, the MacBook and so on, what else they have done from year one to today different, to see if the voter increase is solely in that incentive based, or there's also other marketing metrics that has been used and initiatives that we use that also helped us grow. So that might address the impact of removing that big incentive. So that's it for me for now.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go to I don't know when Mike put his, Mike, are you answering on, okay, Mohammed, go ahead.
Thank you, David. This is an interesting motion. I think it's something that was also discussed prior to the election, where we were told it was too late. I think my position when I look at it is, I think in Skylar's motion, he's pointed out quite clearly that the number of, like, the percentage of voters going from no research has gone up from 16 to 21%, and then full research going down from 13 to 9%. And I think obviously that shows deterioration in the percentage allocation. But the other thing that is important to note is that the gross percentage of informed voters voting is still going up by the virtue of the fact that turnout is increasing by, eightfold. Now, again, you can definitely put into an argument point that we're still seeing more uninformed voters participating, and the question is, how valuable is that? Which is 100% something I give credit to. I think my position, honestly, is that we need to do more exploratory work, which I think the motion properly points out to, more exploratory work at ERC to understand more systems we can use in place. Because I would say I'm not satisfied with us saying sweepstakes and that being our main driver to electoral participation, which is what we've seen over the last 3 to 4 years. So my perspective is that we should definitely be going to ERC and saying we are not satisfied with utilizing sweepstakes as a means to get large voter participation, especially because we haven't directly seen increases in informed voters and that type of participation. And I think there's a lot of, we've seen elections over the last year. It's been election season for most universities and colleges across the world, in fact. And as I followed them, I've seen a couple of really interesting ideas, and I'll throw one up right now. It's like, if we hit a certain voter allocation percentage, so a certain turnout allocation, we would offer up some shared opportunities. For example, if we hit 15% turnout row next year, we perhaps can offer a 20% discount on Flockstop and Chaska, and like those are our commercial operations. So essentially, my point here is that there are a lot of different opportunities. I like that, Rory. There's a lot of different opportunities we could consider. There's a lot of different opportunities we can consider as a means to drive turnout up. And I think we haven't, at least from my perspective, we should consider them all, because I think sweepstakes has pointed out that there's a significant number of flaws, and I'm in favor of the motion from the lens of ERC should do more work. And perhaps if ERC, and here's my opinion aside, and what I'd like noted in the minutes is, if ERC does come to a conclusion that perhaps sweepstakes is a acceptable option, then it should come back to the board, and the board can make their decision again based on whatever decision and research ERC commits to. But again, my perspective here is we should definitely be doing an evaluation, a full review of our electoral advertising process. I yield back.
Thank you, Mohammed. I see no replies.
I just want, Mohammed made a good point about the research aspect. I think when Skylar submitted the motion initially, my thought was more like OCC. I feel like if he had brought this motion directly to OCC, I feel like we could have pinned a roundtable kind of towards this idea and seeing how students would react to it in a way, because a lot of our roundtables have been directed towards student needs. This isn't a student need necessarily, but this is a gain or benefit towards a student population necessarily. So I feel like if you had brought this motion to OCC, I feel like more research and more further recommendations and more other resources would have been used to like maybe do a different route in terms of rather than doing exactly like the sweepstake, we could have done something different, like what Mohammed mentioned, kind of in a way. So that's just my take on that. That's it.
One thing I want to clarify, didn't something like this come to ERC last, like, didn't this come, Mike, to ERC before?
I see Mike's hand.
To turn on my mic, so I'm part of the meeting. Okay. Yes. So my speaking point was going to be, we did have a discussion in September or October. We dived into the data, and like Mohammed said in his previous point, the gross number of more students voting versus a slight increase from the 2024 to 2025 elections in completely no research voters, which was our main focus. It was understood at that point that it was a worthy trade-off because we are getting like thousands of more students voting. Skylar is looking at the different data a little bit differently. He's looking at below average research voters, which is still a fair metric to use. When we looked at it, we were just doing the like, the worry was like, are there no research voters that are coming in, clicking as quickly as they can through the ballot just to enter a draw for the sweepstakes? And our finding there was, no, there is not a significant increase of those people. It is like 2%, and it actually went down from 2025 to 2026. The no interest people, but the sort of number two, people who pick number two on the exit poll, which are the only some research into candidate profiles, that is still like a significant number. So overall, the below average number of voters and percentage of voters is sort of what his focus is in this motion.
Good night. I'll go to Samir and I'm playing.
Okay, I have a lot of different thoughts on this one, on both sides of it. So first of all, I think the data is good. Not the strongest correlation, but it definitely does exist. One thing I will note, and I looked at this, Mac, Western, Queens, Lower, they all do giveaways. A big difference is it is not the main point. I think we did this good during the last election cycle compared to this, is our math books were a secondary piece of Hayes here, who wasn't the main in your face 24 hours a day. And I don't like that we went back to that this year. I think a few things, I'm for this motion, but we need to do a more comprehensive review of it. I think looking at other schools, what they do on the culture with their elections are a lot more powerful. Even as much as it not is controller, having stuff like a celebration night for all candidates, having stuff like we were trying to do with like stickers to vote. There's a lot of stuff we can do outside of pure, like giveaways to get turnout. Like I would personally be in favor of increasing the budget of orientation to have more orientation events. I think we should bring back in-person polling stations as an avenue, which we've taken away. There's other ways to drive it, other events and culture building. We can do it. I'm not against spending money. I'm against spending it in this way I think is just to get random people. So I think when budget cycle comes around, that's something I'll push for is to get more budget for orientation events, to do more stuff, to show more candidates. But I agree here. It seems like we are purely doing it to inflate numbers, and I don't want it to be a crutch. We want high turnout numbers, but we shouldn't rely on the math book. It should be a crutch on us doing real engagement with our students.
I saw Skylar.
Yeah, I would just agree with Samir here, but also say that like the issue within this motion is twofold. It's like first we end sweepstakes, just discontinue them. But we also push it to ERC to discuss like those promotion options. So it's exactly what he's saying. How ERC goes about that is another question, but I think it could be the most useful is to figure out like what actually would work and what other universities are doing and necessarily how we can approach it. Still having that budget there and still having those promotional aspects, but just making sure it's done in a way that promotes informed and educated vote.
My turn. I'll say I just want to speak on just some of the data here a little bit in the sense of with the with our own data, when it comes to whether or not we are using incentives and how that impacted turnout, I genuinely, I don't value these specific numbers. I think there's too much variation. There's too much that has changed for this to really be used, I think, effectively. Now, I think that I would probably discount this section when it comes to our own data on turnout, because there's just too many things that I think would have a much bigger impact on turnout levels that would confuse this. But I would say there is some interesting data that was linked. I think the key section here is whether or not uninformed voting has like negative impacts on the final vote results. And that's, of course, making the assumption that there is a right and wrong answer to how people vote, which, I mean, I don't think it'd be too hard to argue. But the point is, if we are increasing the total number of voters and those increased number of uninformed voters do not actually end up impacting, like, in one way or another what the vote result is, all we're doing is increasing turnout, increasing the amount of people who engage with the system, and possibly there's a lot of knock-on effects there that are advantageous. And so that's the key question is, I think, are there negative impacts on the final results from these uninformed voters? And are those significant enough to outweigh some of the benefits from higher turnout? Now, I think that Skylar did a good job at displaying that there is an impact from uninformed voting. I think, in particular, the article, oh my goodness, on ethnic origins and voter preferences, I thought that was good. I'm glad you included that. Thank you. Which does show that what we would probably see is that uninformed voters would tend towards names and such that would play into kind of some of the lowest levels of, like, lowest heuristics for how we determine what is good. And sometimes that means white, and sometimes that means pretty. I don't know. It means whatever, right? And so I think that is true. But the question is, does that outweigh the impacts of getting so many more people involved in voting and paying attention to what we're doing? And that may have knock-on impacts into future elections where we'll have not just higher turnout, but more options for candidates. And that could also, when we're talking about whether or not when we're disadvantaging, let's say, racialized people are probably less likely to put their names forward in lower turnout elections because they're less likely to put themselves out there. And so that may impact it. Now, as for where I kind of land on that cost benefit scale, I'm a little torn. I think I was telling Skylar as he was doing this, and I appreciate the consultation that Skylar was doing beforehand on this, that I was torn on this. I've been torn on it from the start. I think it could have been, I think it's possible, honestly, that I come out of this in the sense of these sweepstakes are good for bringing the turnout back up. But I think as that turnout comes up and we come to 20%, there might be a little bit more stickiness to that turnout than we'd expect. And though we hit lows of 3% and the sweepstakes might have helped us getting out of it, I don't know if we need it to stay out. I think that's also an interesting question. Now, I didn't actually give my final position because I don't have one yet. I can be swayed, but those I think are the actually interesting questions here. I see, Melissa, was that a 2? Was that a response? I assume.
It's probably a general-ish response.
Then
So
maybe-
whenever,
maybe-
if you want to let other folks go, and just some history and food for thought from my
Okay.
perspective, if it's helpful. And
Then maybe we'll go to Skylar first, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's obviously a very comprehensive approach to looking at it. And I think that's something I wanted to point out as well, is that, it's not just like Max said, we have more informed voters, or we have the same amount of, or if not more, uninformed voters. And it's not like we're just turning up that dial. It's not just a multiplying force. It does multiply these biases as well. It's not simply like we're just having a larger turnout and that means great, we're wrong voters. It's like, no, we're also, you're increasing that, those level of heuristics that are applied and everything else as well. So those biases do have to come in play. I also want to speak just quickly on the turnout percentage. Like Damien's, like, if we cut off sweepstakes, will next election, will it go back to under 5% turnout? I don't know. And I think, you know, to find out all these things, it's going to require a lot more, I don't know, future outlooking and research to be done. But I don't think so. We'll go to 5% after just cutting sweepstakes. There's other ways we can work around this. And I think that that's the task here for ERC once the motion passed. It's for them to figure out, okay, what are the avenues to keep the turnout and what's the avenues to keep people engaged and interested in these elections. So that's what I would say on Damien's point.
Oh, that's me. Thank you. So, Katie, is that a 2 or 1?
2.
Go ahead.
I guess similar to what Damien was saying, I guess a question that I had while reading over the motion is just the right timing to remove sweepstakes, specifically because, like Skylar mentioned, if we remove it now, we don't know necessarily if voter turnout will go down or maybe it will stay the same. It's an uncertainty. But I guess you could say what I feel like might be the best option or where I lean on it is if we do want to look at other options, I'd rather see sweepstakes in combination with other options rather than removing sweepstakes altogether and then trying to throw something together as an alternative is, I guess, the way that I have been thinking about it in my head. And that I'm not saying, I guess the way I'm seeing it right now is against like removing it in its entirety. I'm just curious about when the right time would be, because it is at the end of the day a supporting tool, and to remove a supporting tool and just try something new without that support in place might kind of eradicate all of the progress we've made on like participation in voter turnout as well as like legitimacy, kind of like what Arya was saying at the beginning of the discussion.
I see Samir.
I think this is physically the best time possible to do it. It gives staff and ERC the most possible time. We are the furthest out from the election we're gonna be. So I think it gives the most time for them to review different elements, to make changes. Again, we're coming up on budget. We can see, do we need more money? I'm more than happy to consider that. So I think it's the best possible time. We don't want to be doing this in May or September because we're going into an election season. We want all this wrapped up before nominations even start, in my mind. So this is the best possible time. In fact, I think it should have came in February. So like more time than merrier.
Okay, so this is one of the ones. This 2 is slowly becoming a 1, I've noticed as well. But Arya, what is yours, a 2 or 1?
Mine is a 1.
Fantastic. We can give it to Melissa.
Thanks, folks. I guess just a few different things from a little bit of history on having been through this conversation a few times, and so I'll keep my opinion out. And again, it changes by the year, but I know that we've employed a lot of different tactics over time, and there have been a lot of different committees struck to help come up with ideas for increasing voter turnout specifically. And I think the conversation we had at this board table before elections started this year was, what are the goals board would like to see us meet, and therefore how the tactics that we might employ could change as a result of those goals. And I think specifically we did talk about the sweepstakes this year and sort of the idea of keeping it but having it be secondary. But all that is to say is, I know we've said, if ERC sets the goals, or if it's board to ERC or ERC to board, however that works, about Is it about awareness? Is it about increasing voter education? Is it about increasing nominees? We've done that in the past. That was sort of has been some of the tactic in past years, is like the more folks running equals the more folks promoting, and then hopefully the more engaged sort of folks. And we've seen that increase in nominees have a positive correlation with voter turnout as well. So I guess for me, all that is to say, happy to remove a sweepstakes, keep a sweepstakes every year, decide based on what the goals are. But one of the more difficult things for us to gauge is the folks who are aware but choose not to vote, and why. And that is the information that sort of, I guess, that unicorn insight to go, okay, so for a while it was like awareness, and then we're asking people like, yeah, we know elections going on, and then that doesn't always equate to voter turnout. So why not? Well, did they not care? Did they forget about the day? Did they not know anybody running? There's so many different elements to what we could focus on in terms of the metrics. I think the team can take the marketing approach, can go about it a number of ways, and often does. But it's about what the goal is. And I know for many, many years, it was about the physical, the number itself, turnout, and to Aria's commentary around legitimacy and all of that stuff. And then as we get the number up, now we're looking at other areas, which again, we can look to impact, but the strategy will be different. So I would just say, as long as there's clarity in the goals, then we can adjust the tactics accordingly.
Yeah, let's go to Samir.
Yeah, I think I agree with some of that, but I think now that, I think this is the first major review we're doing now under since WUSA governance reform, maybe it's a chance to set in, not in stone, but like more solidly what those goals are. This year we kind of threw together some KPIs, which was good, but maybe this ERC report hopefully set a standard that's not changing year to year, but that is the standard. I think, as Damon was saying, now that we're up in the higher percentages, maybe you have some more leeway to have some more aspirational goals about information. I know we're doing stuff right now, like with WalkSafe, of like students, we know that they didn't not use it, but are they aware of it? And that element of it, I think the same conversation there. I think it's an important discussion to have, and doing it now is the perfect time to do it. Yeah, and again, I think budget and just only spending money on our elections, I don't think that's a problem here.
Aria, is that a 1 or 2? Okay, it's Aria and Lamont.
Awesome. So I guess I want to see what the appetite is for, because I agree with what Katie said before of like I'm for the secondary result, I'm there. I think it's a great idea. Let's have ERC look into it. Let's have them do some work with the team. I don't know if a full suspension is going to get us what we want. And I think the risk is associated with it is significant in the sense that we might drop quite substantially. So maybe you know, we move it in a way that says like instead of a full suspension, it won't be a primary part of the marketing strategy. So we can boost some secondary initiatives and secondary plans that will become that primary part. But we still keep it instead of fully saying like, let's just completely ban it. And I'm sure as ERC meets and researches and looks at what other universities are doing and gain some first-hand data, they can make a recommendation to like fully get rid of it or not. But I would be more in the area of like, instead of banning it, just being like, it shouldn't be the primary part of your advertising strategy. And I think that could bring us in line slowly with where we want to go.
I'll just say, I think saying it's not the primary is kind of weird and ambiguous. And if it's like kind of in the background, I don't know, it might make it harder to really determine the value in it and whether or not it's making an impact. Like, I think if you're going to test it, you test it, right? I don't think you do the half measure there. I would say I think I'm a little bit, I wouldn't expect a massive drop. I would expect a drop though, but I think turnout is stickier than that. From what I've seen from elections generally, is that usually when an election is high, like the change isn't usually super drastic election to election. There's usually trends that like But that's just from what I've noticed. Seeing no two sides. Go ahead. One.
Yeah, I think everyone makes really good points, but I think generally across the board, I think we can all agree that we're not huge fans of sweepstakes. And I think that again, now would be a really good time to go all in, and spend that budget on potentially, other mechanisms, that we like more. We have the time. And I also think it's a good year to do it because we had a relatively high turnout this year. And it likely won't drop that much in the following year. I mean, I don't really know, but I agree with Damien that I don't think it's going to drop significantly, just by getting rid of sweepstakes. So I think now is the time to do it. And if none of us are really fans of the mechanism in general, I'm for it.
I saw fingers go down. I'm gonna go. Oof. Okay, I'm remembering. Rory.
I'll give my time this mirror.
I call the question.
Yes. I think you yield your time to call the question. I don't think you can do that. It's gonna be Rory.
I would have done the same thing. We're fine.
Okay.
We're fine.
Everyone I know who had their finger up was going to call the question.
Is English amendment or no?
Muhammad was gonna do the same thing.
No, amendment's fine. If we don't I say we don't need it based on the pretext of the conversation we just had.
Okay.
Let's just go with the vote then.
Okay, yeah. No discussion? Okay, no feeling on that. Okay, with that, all those in favor of the motion? Well, okay, all those abstaining? All those against? Right. Esther, did you get those? Okay. No idea how this works. Yeah, that's correct. All right, with that, the motion passes. Congratulations, guys. I know this took some time. With that, I have some fun news. Wait 1 second. Let me just make sure this is a good idea. And I think it might be. It might not be. I'll just ask the crowd here. Food has arrived. We can either take our 10 minutes now while the food is hot, might be valid, or we can take it a little bit close to the middle, which would I say probably be after the next motion.
Whose bullshit is that, Smears?
But
What is? Okay.
On the roads, is that controversial?
it won't be close to the middle at that point. Yeah. I'm getting nothing, guys.
I say we eat all food's hot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thank you for taking decisive action that I'm capable of taking. That,
Motion to recess for 10 minutes?
are we having 10?
Yeah.
I'm looking for fingers. Okay, Julio. Got your hands up. I seconded for the recess is what I'm assuming. Any dissent? Amazing. We're gonna go into recess for 10 minutes. Mike, do you mind moving us in? All right, guys, we're not in yet. Okay, welcome back, guys. Fun time over. We are on to 5.2. We'll get straight into it. Annual members meeting, member motion notification. We have Rory as our mover. I'm looking for a seconder here. Can get someone new to second. Seconded by Lamar. Perfect. All right. With that, Rory.
Sounds good. I guess just a quick couple minute review of what it is. So under Onca, when you receive an annual member meeting submission from a member, Onca gives you 10 days to get back to that member with, if you're wanting to reject it for the reasons that are listed in Onca. And so just I noticed that we don't really have that process outlined in our policy manual. And so just wanting to make some amendments to incorporate that into the policy manual itself. That way, when WUSA as a corporation receives annual member meeting submissions, the board will be notified within two business days. And that will give them the appropriate amount of time necessarily if they need to make any decision. And with that, I'll turn to the chair.
Okay. So, okay, I'll just open up the discussion first. Actually, Iman, do you want to? Okay. To the board, Andrew.
I just have a quick question, because if we have to, like, if we receive it within 2 business days and then we have to, like, write back to them within 10 business days, does that mean we have to hold a special board meeting every single time a motion comes that wants to go to AMM?
It would only be if one of the board members requested it.
But if we didn't write like a process in,
Well, because it would just follow the normal special board meeting process of they would call a special board meeting.
okay.
Discussion. Thank you. Aria.
I have to speak on every motion. It's just meant to be. Can I just ask why 2 business days? Why is it 2 in particular? How did that number come about?
To be honest, it's probably no special thing with 2 business days.
It's Onca.
It's Onca.
Okay, cool. That's perfect.
Hashtag board.
Yeah, I didn't think Onca did. So these 2 days is when it's received. You're just giving WUSA staff enough time to get it out and also get to get the message out to all the board members. I hope that makes sense.
Somebody has Onca on like fast style here, so he's pulling it out. I'll go back to the board. Or anything else? I call the question. I would probably vote against because I have no question. I'm just giving other people a chance first. I mean, you can. That's within your right.
Oh, the question should.
I
don't think anyone had their hands up.
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask something, but that's okay. The question's been called. All those in favor of calling the question? Good stuff. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? Oh wait, what was that?
I'm sorry, point of order. Why are we calling the question if there's no one on the speakers list? Is there people on the
I was
speakers?
gonna speak. Damien, I was gonna speak.
Oh, I'm voting against. Why are we?
Well, I mean, I think that pass.
That passed.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. Okay. Well, fuck, actually, we are gonna go to a vote. I changed my mind, so. Okay. I just read, I missed something while I was reading it. We're good now. Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go straight to a vote. I had fun with that one. All those in favor of the motion as presented? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All those abstaining? Abstention, 2 abstentions. Okay. Any against? Okay, seeing none, the motion passes. I will once again. Yep. Tyler? I'll once again note that, if you have a vote that would be unexpected, maybe explain why before. Can I ask what some of the reasoning was, as I did before? Brenda?
I just don't know what's measured to the Anka requirements. So,
Okay, Mohammed?
A little bit similar. I didn't have the opportunity to go through this motion beforehand, and I was going through right now, and I found something I wanted to flag, but I'm not sure if it's substantive yet. So I'm actually doing a little bit more looking into it, and I'll contact Rory if there is anything.
Sorry, you saw something that may be substantive that.
No, I was just going through and I was looking through and I saw that like just on the there's various dates Anka requires, and there was one thing I saw that potentially meant that you might have there's a certain limitation on the window for which you can refuse a motion submitted, like a member motion submitted for Anka. So I'm just looking through it. I'm not sure if it's substantial, which is why I didn't want to vote against or for. That's why I abstained. So I'm looking into it more. I'll acknowledge I should have done that before, which was my mistake.
I don't want too long of a discussion on whether or not
I'm just gonna say that if people have things that they need clarified, it would maybe be wise to clarify them before calling the question on set over.
No, wait. Well, the question is, an abstain is a strange one, sir. I don't like that one. Okay, well, with that, deed's done. We'll move on to 5.3, the signing authority motion. Is moved by Samir, looking for a seconder. All right, give it a Skylar. So you may be.
Okay, I really hope we'll get through this. I know I've submitted this like 3 separate times. I've had a lot of consultation. It was in board chat. I asked you all for feedback. So better not be any new stuff coming up you haven't talked to me before. The big thing with this is technically right now we're violating our bylaws in the sense that every document needs to be signed by 2 officers, which includes the executive director. But technically every check, every document, in a technical sense does under the current wording. They just fix it and say, hey, everything is operational. We've delegated to operations. It's the ED can sign it. And then everything non-operational basically goes to a board passing and signed by the president and vice president. That way it's still 2 under it. They just meant to clarify kind of the structure, the way it works out. I've called Suzanne, Esther, and everyone. It kind of status quos us. Nothing really changes except making our lives easier and explicitly saying that contracts don't need to be signed by 2 officers. Like I know Damien had to sign a MathSoc MOU for some reason. He really shouldn't. That's operational. Stuff like that. So hoping to clean it up, make life a bit easier. And yeah, please. I actually have feedback, so I'm hoping not to hear anything new. I'm looking at you, Aria. Yeah, that's all.
Skylar, anything? Hello, Aria. Go ahead, take us away.
Awesome, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Samir and the governance team for putting this together. I think it's really good. We should have addressed it a while ago and updated. My only question is, in most traditional like organizations across the board, the signing authority is really a formal thing. Like it's a symbolic thing. Board has already authorized it. Our police has been authorized. So my question is, why not just give it all to the CEO? Why wouldn't the executive director just not sign everything on behalf of the organization? My only flag is like, you may get incompetent, or you might like the ED, you're always gonna know they're gonna do their job. They're gonna follow board, they're gonna do their job. If they don't, like the EDs don't survive. So EDs are professional staff. There's that accountability. You're not always gonna get officers, and it's just gonna happen universally that are gonna do their job or show up or sign things on time. You're not always gonna get that. And my only fear is if we give some things to the officer who's not the ED to sign, you might run into some of those challenges just because of the nature of the role. So it's not a hill to die on or anything, but I thought it would be a good thing to just think about. There is a little bit more security when the executive director is the signing authority. It gets done faster and more quickly often.
Yeah, very fair feedback. I think everything operational, which is 99.999% of things, are going through the ED. So that's the thing there. I think when we're looking at higher level agreements, I think a part of it is the legitimacy side of it and the student representation, even angle of how it looks to see who signs stuff. I do think as much as we don't want to be, that is a real angle people think of who's physically signing something. At the end of the day, it's approved by board or whatever. Like that, I think that does have an element there of trust and mandate on that end. I think if an officer's not doing his job, it's board's place to put it, like to talk to the officer or referend the officer in general. I don't think there's anything unique here. Again, these are very small things. Right now, the officers already have to sign the bylaws. You signed your bylaw last year at A&M. You did that. So, like, officers did do it. There are cases we do it. It's rare, but these are important stuff. I think the extra checkoff is important. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Also feel a little weird not mentioning this. So not every time something is signed, it goes for an explicit board vote. And in many ways, then sometimes the president is that delegate of the students. So it does in some of those governance things make sense for the chief governing officer to sign it themselves. So like I can think of one and maybe two examples that are currently ongoing that would necessitate a signature. Now, oftentimes there's probably the perception that it needs to come to board every time, but that's mostly just because, I mean, even for me, I'll probably bring it to board beforehand and just be like, hey guys, big news, we're about to sign this. But like in the end, there's a delegation there that we may want to make sure is in the person that students would expect it to be in. And so that's what I'll say. But yeah, it's not every time it goes straight to the way. There's a delegation there. Anyways, that's me. What? Okay. Seeing no more Aria. Hello. Aria, go ahead.
I'll just say, fair enough. I'm not convinced by those arguments. They're fair arguments. I guess it's just up to like, if there's no appetite for board and they want it to be this way, they can. I just think it's not as good as just having the ED sign. So I'll leave it there.
Sorry. Okay. Well, seeing no other comments, we'll go straight to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. One of those places. 9, 10, 11. 11 in favor.
You counted wrong somehow.
Did I? No, I did. 10 and now 11.
No, 11.
11. I was counting in Spanish at the start for some reason. That's my bad. So we're at 11 in favor. All those abstaining. Okay. All those against? Yep. All right. I'll just say if you are against something, you don't have to abstain. You can say against. But we'll go on.
No, yeah, I know that. It's just I thought the motion had to pass. What we have on the paper isn't as good.
Okay. Okay. With that, we'll go into our general reports, and we'll start with the ED report. Suzanne, let's
Good
see.
evening, folks. Sorry, I was just turning the microphone on so when I started talking, people could hear me. I don't always do that first. Anyways, ED report, public report. Not sure, folks, that I'm going to highlight an awful lot in it. It's pretty short. We did launch WalkSafe. I'll note that one, which I know Melissa's talked about as well. RSP for understanding WUSA and annual priorities. It's also closed. And we've discontinued mapped-in kiosks. And we spent some time on OSAP cuts and some social media stuff. So I don't, hopefully you folks have had a chance to read it. And if you have any questions, happy to take them now or afterwards.
Questions for the ED report? Well, that's the first. Okay. Thank you, Suzanne. We are now on to a special CRO report. Nick.
Hi, this is included here mainly for just information. One thing I will note, there are, I forget what number I got up to, like 16-ish recommendations at the very bottom of it. All of those will be conversations we will have at ERC, just making sure that they get an opportunity to flesh out some of those ideas. Some of them are more contentious, like what should sizes of teams be, and other ones are pretty easy, like oh my god, I can't even think of one right now. Just other more agreeable pieces, and try to filter through some of the incidents that happened that did not necessarily rise to the level of official allegations, but see if there were any rules broken or any procedures that could be adapted to cover off cases that rules were sort of walked the line. That's all I have. Samir has a hand up.
I see
Actually, a couple
few,
people.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. We'll start with Samir.
Yeah, thank you for the report, Mike. I think we'll leave it to ERC for next year. Just knowing I think I'm fundamentally against some of these recommendations, like banning directors off teams and only having them be officers, and some other stuff that doesn't make sense, like only having $15 for the third officer in a budget, 25 for the second. But again, I'll leave it to ERC to next year to just figure out how to implement these, and if they want to implement these. Appreciate your work as CRO through this election.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, I guess I have a question. I'm looking at some of the recommendations for the policy or operational changes for next election. I'm seeing some of these are repeated ones that were brought forward this year. And I'm curious where these recommendations came from. And like, was it just kind of like where did these recommendations come from? Well, conversations that were had this year and that were in some senses rejected, specifically around teams and such. Yeah. Okay. I'll go to Samir first and I have a follow-up.
Just to understand this, are these recommendations coming from the ERC committee or are they coming from you as CRO?
They're coming from me as CRO and very open to discussion at ERC. Like, they are not something that are like, these changes need to be made. It is, these are conversations that you should have.
Okay. That's just a one. The one. Katie?
I was just gonna add on to Mike's point. ERC was trying to meet to talk about this report, but we didn't hit quorum. So our committee has not discussed the recommendations in the report, but we are aware of like most of the contents or situations that have come up in the election. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
I'm gonna head up.
I'm not super familiar with how ERC has worked like this year in the past. I would just say that I think that the coming year with ERC could probably be an opportunity for a, I guess, holistic review of the ERP to see if things make sense with officer compensation, various updates. Like I know, Mike, in the report, you mentioned how the procedures were largely written before things like Discord became popular. So to kind of also just adapt to changing social media, various policies. And so perhaps this year could be an opportunity to look at those things. And if so, this should probably be figured out sooner rather than later in terms of what that community work plan would look like next year.
Okay, I'll just say that like we should, when we're doing this, when this report is being made, we should probably be careful about like some of the statements that are made to make sure that they're properly backed up. For example, there is a piece of number 7. It says it's currently not a lot of motivation for board to hold any one director accountable in a culture of coming onto board in their election social factions, which may leave others left out. It seems to make some assumptions as to how accountability has been handled that I would probably disagree with. And there hasn't been much conversation on that in particular. That's the one that stood out to me the most. So I can see the value of having conversations like this, but we'll just be careful as part of the CRO report that these statements are taken seriously. And so something like that, when it's not put with any backing, can give a wrong idea. So we should be careful there. Mohammed.
I wouldn't understand one quick thing, Mike. So for these recommendations for policy change, are they derived from like yourself, like your opinion, or is this derived from student feedback during the election, i.e. also the feedback form that was sent out?
Mostly things that I've heard through various like staff operational teams on like the elections itself, different candidate feedback, just sort of amalgamating all those perspectives to see what would be useful changes. Some of it, yes, is opinion, but based on like seeing the last 3 to 4 years of election cycles. I will highlight Damien's point about accountability. Correct. It wasn't meant to be like applied. It's just like maybe listed as a risk, and that could have been clarified more. Thank you for bringing that up.
All right, anything else? Okay. Seeing no. Okay, Samir, go ahead.
I'll just also note, like, recommendations like this are not historically within CRO reports. They're normally a report of how the election went. Yes, maybe problems with the election, but never changes to be made for future years. That's very left, especially because this isn't a report by ERC or the committee of people. It's by a singular individual who's a CRO. So I'm not sure why this happened this year. I know in the past, like, ERC has made recommendations for future years, but the CRO has never unilaterally made recommendations like this. I just went back and looked at the last 3.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Maybe it was before the last 3. Like, it's usually the CRO report
Since the new governance system we have
has the results, and then because I have no governance power, obviously, it is like the best set, like a set of ideas of things that could be adapted, and it is definitely not a like you must pass this message to ERC. So I will make sure that like that is understood by them.
Mohammed.
Yeah, my only perspective is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Katie or Mike, is that the report was supposed to be viewed by ERC prior to coming to board, but there was a quorum issue to meeting. So this would have been reviewed by ERC. And my secondary point, and again, like this sort of goes back to my previous point, is like I can understand the notion where like there might be concerns regarding again, I don't see them, but I can understand if someone wants to like raise concerns about like the CRO making recommendations like personally. But again, if the recommendations are substantiated in electoral feedback through like written means or verbal means, then that's an appropriate way to direct feedback. Because again, the CRO and ERC are the entity responsible for managing elections, receiving feedback, and then acting upon such. That's the reason why we've in a significant way like delegated that responsibility, because again, here on the board table, many of us sit as future candidates, and therefore it's a simplified means of doing so.
There's two on that. I think the reason we gotta be careful as well is just the CRO is, you know, and I think Mike does this, but the CRO is supposed to be like an unbiased during the election. And with some of these recommendations, let's say some of them don't happen, some of them do, blah, 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 especially with the ones that don't happen, in future elections, it might call into question, let's say, because a lot of these are pretty pushed against teams, that there might be a bias against teams. That is not what I saw during the election. It was handled very fairly, I believe. But it creates a perception, which is why usually I think when it comes to recommendations and reports, it's kept within committees. So the committees can discuss them, and it comes from the committees themselves, which creates a little bit more in between them. So that's what I'll say on that front. I think there's value in getting those. It's probably just maybe one we are more careful with how we present them. But that's all for me. Okay. Not seeing anything else.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to the president report. It seems like there may be an issue with accessing it, which is very strange because it's right there. But for the public session, I think I'll start with the WUSA protest. Now, I think I'll save the protest. Rem, do you want to take it, or do you want me to take the WUSA protest stuff? Actually, we didn't discuss this.
I'm fine with either. Do you want to talk about it?
Oh, don't do this to me. Okay, I'm just gonna do it. So obviously since last board meeting, a lot has happened. Thanks to like the decisions that were made at this board table, including the protest that happened on March 4th. I'll say reception wise, and the things went amazingly. They exceeded my expectations by a lot. You know, I was very impressed by turnout. Probably, I've heard like a million different numbers, but it's looking at like probably, I think a conservative bet would be around 1,500. And so that is very solid. One of the highest this campus has seen. And so I'm very impressed by the turnout from students, by how engaged the board has been. I saw like almost everyone there, giving out hot chocolate and engaging in the protest. Media response was amazing. People were talking about it at campuses all across Ontario. I was hearing people talk about it. Every time there was any article about the OSAP protest at Queen's Park, they had to include there was one at University of Waterloo as well. They did not do that for all of the campus protests. Ours exceeded the other campus protests by many orders of magnitude. So I was very impressed. On that note, obviously we passed as well a motion to allow for buses to Queen's Park. Those buses did not end up going due to like low pickup, which I talked about a little bit in the board chat. But I want to say I kind of remain very impressed by the fact that this board is willing to try things and try whatever it takes to make change. And when we're doing things that haven't been done before, sometimes things don't work out. But like if we didn't try new things, we wouldn't have had the March 4th protest. And so I was very impressed to see that kind of like coming together from board to get that done. So thank you on that. Now we still have more stuff to do. We have to keep fighting on this. We have to keep the pressure on. If we don't keep the pressure on, it becomes really easy for the government to continue to do stuff like this, because students are often seen as politically easy to kind of throw away because they'll forget about it. So we have to make sure this stuff sticks, and I think we're doing that. So I'm very helpful, like thankful, for all of that. Now on top of that, let's see, what can I talk about? Is there anything I can put in public here?
Your hair got cut.
My hair got cut, very big moment of the community. And also we're continuing the pressure on course and degree planning. I can't speak about too much of the detail here, but I'll say things are looking good, which I appreciate. I think there's an understanding within the university of the importance and the impact of this. The specifics is more for confidential than it is for public play. Yeah, things are looking good. That's it for my public voice.
One thing I will say is that this, the lack of OSAP protest attendance from the University of Waterloo is very disappointing. I think there's a question here around promotion. I think there's a question around, this is for confidential, I'll save it. But I do think that this is a big failure for us. We had such a turnout for our other event, and for there to be such minimal interest in a Queen's Park protest is just disappointing. I think we really need to think about why this happened. Was it promotion? I don't know. Were there other things at stake? Like, I think these are things we need to consider and get back to, because as board is established, this is a very pressing issue, especially in our last board meeting, that we need to consistently have the ball moving on. And the minute we stop, the minute we just let it go, everything else fails. The things that we did, the burdens we had don't matter anymore. We need to keep the momentum going. And I think that it's important for us to really consider what happened here and try to go forward in ways that still keeps us in the public eye and promotes the benefits for protesting for students. Really reversing these cuts. So that's what I'll say. I think it's important that the board also has this on their mind and considers some next steps.
I think what Skylar said largely makes sense, and I'm not necessarily going to disagree. But I think there's a couple of different factors that probably play into this. We could definitely see tomorrow what the actual protest at Queen's Park looks like. And maybe we'll see that this is actually something that all universities have struggled with. Maybe we'll find that we're the outlier. I think, it was mentioned, like in other discussions earlier, that part of it might have, like, something that might have helped with having things, or I guess being able to mention this at the march we had on campus, and kind of giving people that as an action item to sign up, or at least sign up to register their interest, maybe, if we weren't ready to give some tickets to it. But at the same time, it is kind of just natural that as we get into late March, students are going to be busy. I know I'm super busy this week and last, and I doubt I'm the only one. So there's a lot of things that play into it.
Yeah, I just want to add the context as well that I think might be interesting for our analysis, is that like the reception on the buses was really good when it came to like how people seemed to feel about them. The social media was like significantly better than anything else we were posting as well. Like it seemed like people liked the idea. It just didn't translate into people actually going on the buses, which I think might play into that idea that there might have genuinely either been not enough time for people to prepare to go, or just people were generally just too busy, right? Like at this period of time. But I think it's very interesting, that disconnect between, it's not like people didn't seem to care, it's that people seemed to care, but it didn't translate to people actually go, which I found very interesting. And so there's a few different ways to look at that. But yeah, I agree with you, Skylar, like strongly, is that like we can't stop here. And what's that? No one else. Okay, that's exciting. We'll move on to the VP report.
Hello, folks. Sorry, I do not have a written report this time, but similar things as what Damien brought up, as I've mostly been working around the OSAP protests. Obviously disappointed that, we did not get a lot of bus signups, but we'll wait until after tomorrow's rally to do the postmortem, as well as I've been talking with other schools who are sending buses to see their uptake. A little bit better than ours, but not awesome either. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow on the ground. But moving forward, definitely seeing what lessons can be learned from this and how do we provide our students with ways to engage that is maybe lower lift for them, or readjusting for spring term, as well as seeing what we can do with less engagement from students. And then I will be away for our AMM. I will be attending CASA's AGM instead. I'm leaving tomorrow. Um, that's basically about it. Oh, I have a tiny bit of good news actually. Despite all of the setbacks with OSAP, the federal government has announced that they will be extending the temporary increase to uh the Canada Student Financial Aid Program for another year. Again, like they're still doing we're just gonna keep extending it every year so we can claim credit for increasing it every year instead of just making it permanent. And it's only 1 year this time, when in the past sometimes it's been 2 years. But hey, the federal student aid isn't going down. Yay.
Yay. Take what we can get. Questions? Okay, I'm seeing no questions. Thank you, Ram. With that, we have director reports. Do I have to repeat the same thing I repeat every time, or do we kind of get the gist? Okay, any director reports? Samir.
The university has started the hiring for the new provost. I am the student representation on that committee. We're having the first couple meetings. Yeah, looking forward to it. Just so you know where the hiring started.
Yes. Okay, no other director reports. With that, we move into confidential session. I don't think I do it. What? Good. Mike, do you mind moving this into confidential? Jacob and who?
And John.
And John? Hello, Jacob and John. Gets many of the many capital projects that have been approved underway so that students can see that stuff moving along. And we have also approved the orientation budget. So things can get underway on that, and so that we can have an exciting orientation come September. Yay! With that being said, we are actually at the end of our agenda in a really short amount of time. And so I will be adjourning this meeting at 9:38 p.m. exactly 4 hours after we started. So, thank you so much. Good night, John.
Thanks, everyone. Have
Jacob.
a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
Where's the